Ah. Oh, I'm way too far back here. Ah. Did I actually turn off my freaking starting music for that? Ah, fuck it, it doesn't matter. Oh my god. Today has been an interesting day. Both good and bad. I mean, everyone knows the freaking good side of things. There's definitely been a heck of a show going on Twitter today. It has been very fucking funny. Mom and Dad are fighting, and the kids are trying to get them to stop, and it's so goddamn goofy in so many ways, and I have no idea. If there was anything to convince me that we're in a simulation, or that we've got, like, some sort of freaking neural bullshit in the back of our heads in order to freaking be like a soap opera for some other, like, species or something, I think this might be one of the things that might convince me. It's just so fucking goofy, dude. And I have no idea how in God's green earth we wind up freaking having this happen. I mean, I know how this happens. Everyone saw this coming like a mile away. It's... Oh, God. Today wasn't as bad as far as heat goes, at least, though. Can my music actually, like, start up? YouTube has its music playing, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, it's way off this edge here. Yeah. There we go. It's rare that I actually start off at the beginning of this row, but like, or the beginning of the new me segment, but since I'm actually like going into the new me segment manually, I figured why not? So for those keeping up on the PC, it's in limbo. Nami gave me the tracking number today, and I put it in, and it said that, let me actually, let me get the exact wordage on it. I'd laugh if it, like, worked just after I do this. Sorry, your tracking attempt was not successful. Please check your tracking number. So the tracking number just faded into oblivion, I guess. So that's a problem. And I was like, okay, maybe it's like a mistake, like it was mistyped, or like... But I figured that it was copy and pasted, and then Nami goes and checks it, and she gets the same result. So who knows, maybe I'll get lucky and it'll just show up at my door tomorrow. Do I expect it to? Fuck no. It spent a week in fucking North Carolina. Week's an exaggeration. Is it? Actually, isn't it an exaggeration at this point? No, it arrived in North Carolina on Friday. At least I think it arrived in North Carolina on Friday. It got sent out on Tuesday. It could have been in North Carolina as far as Wednesday, which means it has been there for a week. I mean, even then, like, assumedly, it gets shipped out on Tuesday. It gets like put into the system on Tuesday. Gets shipped out on Wednesday, reaches there, which means it probably will arrive there at Wednesday. Which means that it was there for a week. As far as anything beyond that, who fucking knows? And now it's just gone. There's no "we lost your package." There is no "your package has been delivered." It just acts like it doesn't exist now. So I have no idea where we're at on this. Tonight might be a shorter stream though, since I did get started late, and I don't know what I'm gonna do, honestly, tonight. I didn't come into this with a plan. Might just yap for a bit. And then, hop off. I might work a little bit on updating the mouth rigging on all the other models. But that takes a while. Mostly in the rendering aspect. So I just do that off stream. I actually was tempted to choose Comfy Outfit tonight, because it has the cup, and we found some coffee that's that got like marked cheaper. I don't know if it was because it was a little older, or if it's because the package had a defect in it or whatever. Yeah, I think it's that part of the label got scraped off and they just immediately decide, okay, it's half off now. Which, you know, I'm not complaining. It means that I can actually get affordable coffee for a little bit. And I'm not gonna freaking be like a coffee fiend like I was before, because it's, you know, I'm still limited in just that, so. It's also fucking hot, so I don't really want to constantly make myself hot drinks. I am almost out of the pink lemonade, though. I think I've only got like one cup worth of it left. Because I put a full scoop in there because I put it into my GamerSup shaker. There's none in it right now, this is just plain water, but as an example. Depending on how I'm feeling after I finish this cup of coffee, I'll probably decide if I want to also GamerSups, but I don't know. These are both also caffeinated, so I don't really want to just, you know, caffeine fry. I actually slept decently today, speaking of, like, unrelatedly. I guess semi-relatedly, but you know. I actually slept decently. Because normally I, will sleep for, like, an hour, get woken up by some weird fucking thing happening in my dreams or whatever. I mean, if we ignore the fact that my cat decided that I was going to be a bridge and walked over me like 8 times, we ignore that fact, I slept really nice. I didn't die of heat stroke, I didn't have a night terror. I guess it'd be a day terror, I don't know. I didn't freaking get shocked awake by anything. And, you know, I slept decently, is what I'm saying. Quality is, I don't know, debatable. But as far as amount of sleep, I didn't get woken up 80 fucking times. I swear, I really wish the mouse pad didn't have all these fiber bits to it, because it is kind of a pain to... I wish I could just vacuum the cat hair off of it, but I have to freaking let roll it in order to freaking do so. Just due to how it works, or how, like, the cat hair gets in between the fibers and shit. There. That's better. But I've been trying to clean up stuff on my computer. I've kind of gone in reverse a bit as of the past day or so, because a lot of good art has crossed my freaking timeline, and then I have stream, obviously. So I don't actually go through all that. Wait, did that say what I thought it said? One moment. Freaking swiped without even realizing what that said. Am I correct in what I just saw? But, I also didn't want to start, like, the next game I think I'm going to do, unless I don't start another game until new PC comes in, is Deponia. It's by the same people that did Edna and Harvey. Okay, so I did see that. I did see that Lum went live. It's a little unfortunate that it's the same time that I went live. But the next game I kind of wanted to do is Deponia. I might also do a strategy game. I don't know. That's the thing, right? It's in transit. Which makes things complicated. Because obviously I don't want to start a game and then be transferring PCs in the middle of it. Just in case something goes wrong or something in the transfer or whatever. It's kind of what I've been saying, like, this whole time. As to why I kept, like, holding off on certain things. But I mean, that's the thing. It's lost in limbo now. I don't know what time length we're looking at. And even when it comes to, like, art and whatnot, I'm in a bit of a situation where half the time I mean, first and foremost, I just don't wind up freaking... If I don't start something beforehand and have, like, at least my stencil out, I have a lot of difficulty figuring out what I'm going to do. But on top of that, we also have the fact of even that with, like, V-Hand and whatnot likes to lag and whatnot. So I don't know. Ideally, everything would, you know, we'd have our PC and have people able to, like, recommend what to do in the Discord. That's fucking weird. My Steam has apparently decided that it's going to mark offline and just disconnect in general? I don't know. I'd also like to do To the Moon, but I've already got a long-term RPG Maker game that we're doing. I mean, To the Moon I know how long it is, for the most part. I less know how long healing nature is. And I also have to do a little bit of, you know, grinding out some of the smaller stuff in it off stream. Mostly the Yukari shooting. Get a little extra money. Buy and trade in some, like, items. That way I can get my pearls up and I can get, like, my better potions up and whatnot. Still don't know what's in the second half of the Hakurei Shrine box. Because we opened up all the ones in the area that we're in. But we don't have... We opened up all the ones that we have, but we don't have access to the second area that looks like it exists. I just get an invisible force field whenever I try to walk through. So I don't know what's up with that. I do kind of have an art thing that I, after this Friday, will probably want to do. I first want to see what everyone's going to be doing for it, but it could be another Pride piece that I wind up doing. We could have 2 Pride pieces this month. One's being the Nasu one, and the other one being based off of the Night Rain stream that's going on this weekend with not me involved, but Rhea, Miro, and Awu are all doing it. So I might do something based off of that, depending on, like, if my brain jives with what their, like, weapon choices are. So we'll figure that out. There's a few different... Tonight I'm going to work on a smaller art piece at the very least. Because I do have an idea as to what I want to do for Angora's birthday, which is tomorrow. But as far as major pieces, I don't know. It's a really... I'm in a weird freaking situation just due to how frustrating the whole way that the freaking delivery service has been dealing with my freaking PC. It's been really, really, really fucking annoying. And it's kind of just, you know, throwing a wrench in my entire freaking mental kind of deal. But the plan for tonight, off stream, is I'll probably work on Angora's birthday gift because it's easy. I'll update some of the rigging on the other models, primarily the mouth. As far as other rigging goes, it's a bit more complicated on pretty much all the other things, because the other things that I want to affect are... using a different skeleton. I mean, the primary thing is for, like, the first 2 models, I want to... Because those that know that... Those that have been around for, like, the past 2 years... Or past year? Past year. Year and some change. Know that the first model, and I think that the Summer Comfy outfit also... only rotates its neck when it comes to this. So, me shifting like this... Only the neck moves on those 2 outfits. The Winter Comfy outfit, I added rigging to it. I don't know if I added a deformer to it. If I added a deformer to it, then we're fine. Or if we added a deformer to it, then I have to, you know, do it for the others. If I only actually did the rigging, then we're fine. But I think I did add a deformer, I think, originally. I just never actually, you know, used it. Because I wasn't entirely sure how I wanted to go about it. At the time. And then obviously, like, hips and whatnot, which I may update a lot of it. I mean, whenever the new PC comes in, if it's not just lost in limbo and I'm just fucked. Which, who fucking knows on that at this point, honestly. I could very well just be out everything and freaking have to figure something else out. Because of the ineptitude of the delivery service. Which would be real fucked up. So I hope that that's not the case. I hope that my optimism of maybe it'll just show up tomorrow. Maybe it disappeared because it got sent to a local, my local, USPS, or over to UPS. And I'll just have it delivered tomorrow. And the tracking number doesn't work because they don't know how to actually mark it if it's transferred to another service. Maybe my optimism doesn't call me a fucking idiot. Am I holding my breath on that? No. Am I holding my breath hoping that it's not just lost to the ether and that I'm just out everything and fucked for who knows how long after it took 6 months to even get to where we're at? Yeah, I'm hoping and praying that we aren't just going to get the worst possible scenario. Because believe it or not, I'd really like to, you know, where is it? I'd really like to mark these things up to the, you know, completion thing. Which is the 1200 mark, by the way. I do need to change out 1Ks. because the ghost pepper brine went bad. But yeah. Since it's just the PC being shipped, effectively, at this point, we're going to automatically complete up to 1200 when it arrives. And the difference is going to be split on Nami getting how many of her points that leads up to. Which at this point is going to put her in first place, but I mean, that's the weird thing, is that the first one is first place does make it canon syncopian character, but everyone that's up that high already has one, technically, because they're in my D&D games. Well, but yeah, that's kind of the plan for that, is that we'll just... Because the entire point of this was not really it to be treated like a standard subathon. The entire point of it was that it goes until we reach at least the PC goal. So since we're having the PC goal met a different way technically, I'm going to just mark it up to complete for up to the point where, you know, it'd be full PC, which is the 1200 mark. The difficult part on some of the other stuff is that real life stuff kind of took a chunk out of everything. I guess it's a good thing that we wound up having Nami save on that front, because well, to put it bluntly, freaking I'm at about 100 because most of what's gone into this has kept me from going homeless. So, still going to a good, you know, good goal. However, we would have been in a bit of a pickle as far as the primary intent if Nami hadn't come come through on that. So, which is another reason why I'm really, really, really hoping that it going dark doesn't mean it was lost. Because I don't know what I'd do from there. It could be... Because I don't want to... After all that people have done for me, I don't want to, like, have them have to foot more just because the delivery service can't do their fucking jobs. Because that's not fair to anyone involved. I mean, if it were to come down to that, I'd basically just have to freaking mark the whole thing as a wash and just... do what I can to freaking send out rewards as a result of it. It would mean that the, like, goals that haven't been reached don't ever get, like, reached, but, like, I'd rather get people what they've earned thus far than basically say, guess we're starting over because nothing in America works anymore. The entire infrastructure is fucked. Like I said, like, this is worst case scenario talking, I guess. But the point is that I really, really hope that this doesn't have to happen. I want the best case scenario kind of thing to happen, but we've lost track of it, is the thing. I asked for the tracking number and then freaking discovered that it wasn't visible, and then Nami double checked it and it's not visible for her either. So it's worrying. And I do kind of wonder what exactly I would... I mean, I guess that, like, I'd have to decide what platform I'm going to focus on in order to freaking play anything that's more intense than just chatting. Which unfortunately means that one freaking site has to start taking a hit. Or I have to start dedicating, like, split days. I have to freaking start organizing what days I see which of my kids. YouTube kids get to spend time with me on Wednesdays, and Twitch kids get to spend time with me on Mondays, and... I don't really want to do that. There's also just the fact that half the time, everything's getting to the point where it's too heavy even for it as base, because, like, OBS is getting bloated more half the time, freaking... Certain other things are just... Because, again, current PC is... just short of a decade old at this point. Because it was in the summer of 2016 when I built it. So... Aside from Opera, I can't really blame it entirely on most of the programs. Opera is fucking bloat. I need to find a new, basically alt account, browser that's less freaking bloated. Because the only reason I still have Opera is because it's got my VOD channel, it's got my alt Twitter logged into it. I mean, that's basically it. It's so I don't have to freaking swap between my YouTubes or my Twitters, like... And even now, like, I haven't uploaded anything to my Not Safe for Work Twitter in... a while? So it's mostly the VOD YouTube. And I don't want to do it on my Chrome, because my Chrome is what I keep my dump account on. So if there's a video like that, I don't want to affect my algorithm on my main, and doesn't, and it's like requires me to be signed in, because if I don't want it to affect my main account, I'll just open in a private browser. So like if I were to be trying out a new channel, like there's an Elder Scrolls lore video channel that I was using for background noise last week, I think it was. Or I don't know, let's freaking look at some of these things that I have sitting around on here. Scaling the true power of Dale Gribble. Like, I'd freaking open that in a private browser. Bionicle lore, Cosmic Horror done right, Oddworld Games story explained. Stuff like that I'd open up in a private browser so I didn't, like, get it bombarding my main account. But if something were to get, like, age restricted or something, like, what's something that it would probably get age restricted? There's a few songs that do. That I have to open up on, like, my alt. Like, my dumper account. What was the most recent one that I did that for? Everything's gonna lag for a moment as I open Chrome. Tesla coil, bad apple? Okay. What the fuck even is on this? Half of this is music because this is my primary freaking... This is a song called Fuck. I don't remember who sent me that. It was either Sachi or Frosty. That's age restricted just because, you know, from start to finish it is... a language. I guess that's probably it. I've got a random background music. Most of this is music because I'll freaking be on some other site and I would use this for Chrome is the only thing that I had a music detector on. I also apparently at some point watched... Oh, right. I watched the egg out of context clips to be institutionalized to on here because the song at the end of it I tried to freaking song detect. And I didn't find the song. I have no idea what the song is. It just is an enigma. So fuck me, I guess. I could have sworn that there was something else I had on here that I had to freaking open up because it was, Stalker fan film contract. Pile of this shit. Oh, we're already back in 2022. I really don't use this frequently. How are these not removed? Scholar the First Sin, Throne Watcher, and Throne Defender Cheese. Because I freaking was doing my... Has it really been 3 years? July 31st. It hasn't quite been 3 years since I did my freaking Soul Level 1 run of Dark Souls 2. What the fuck did you send me? What in God's green earth? What video on here was I actually going to look into. Is it one of the songs, or was it... What are you? What are you? I've dealt with enough shrimps today. Minus the H. And the R. Okay, I know this song. When's Gezu gonna stream again? I haven't freaking seen him stream recently. I haven't heard from him in a bit. What has he been up to? Wait, what? Who wanted to sniff my toes? What? That doesn't even narrow it down if like there was one person, there was probably 10, so it doesn't narrow it down. Also, they're not mine. Not the one that I'm referring to in this case, anyway. Hoping to be back to streaming soon this month. Hope to see you again. Hope all you having great days as always. Well, at least Gezu messaged in his server. I have abnormal feet, so if people see them, they tend to freaking freak out about it. Which, you know, I should have figured because I based them partially off of junipers, so... Juniper's an emu. Alright, one moment, I really have to pee. I'm just gonna leave you guys on this for the specific fact that I don't want YouTube to have to restart their music. bits. Be a little more comfortable, rather than having to freaking have... my freaking sleep pants halfway up my legs. I am starting this song over because I like it. Is that the radio? That's the radio. I don't know why you'd say coward's ostrich. Ostriches aren't really that menacing. They're beefy, but they're not really all that menacing. The emus won a war. Coward's cassowary, maybe. They look about the same aside from the crest, and then the cassowaries are fucking terrifying. Is this another announcement of not streaming, or is this I'll be live in 30 minutes? Because I'll be alive in 30 minutes. What is this image? Tax evasion. Thank you, Fleshy. Very cool. I mean, all birds are dinosaurs, so... Hey Bill, how you doing tonight? Especially freaking flightless birds. Moderately stressed. A little too warm for my liking because I'm not in the southern hemisphere. And it's, as a result, summer here. But otherwise not too bad, I suppose. I'm not at 108 degrees, and... No, I don't know. I don't know what you're getting at. Because, you know, dinosaurs came in all sizes. It's not like everything's a velociraptor or a T-Rex. We're ignoring, you know, the entire branch that involves, like, sauropods, everything, hadrosaurs, all that shit. We're gonna ignore those because if a bird comes at me looking like that, honestly, it's going to become extinct. I don't think I will. Especially because your age is very different if we're talking mentally versus physically. So I have no idea which age you're referring to. Yes, I am going to take that pot shot because neither Mark nor Tepper are here to take it in exchange. Don't escape 4 days to survive. What the fuck? What is this? What is this? Thank you, Steam, for informing me that Marvel Rivals exists, so that I can tell you to go fuck yourself. What the fuck? fuck is omethology? Is that the study of birds or something? Oh, ornithology. I really don't like... Why? Is that N? There's like a single pixel divide between the R and the N. The only one that it actually is visible on, especially with my dyslexia, is my mix it up. I can't tell it on the freaking chat on screen. I can't tell it in Twitch chat. I can just barely see the divide in it in my MIU. Someone give me an MIU module that allows me to freaking get whatever that font is that Thor has to fix, to make it better for dyslexics. Actually, if I asked... It might have already been released or something. I should ask Thor if he's willing to... willing to set up like a thing in order to allow people to use that font in various mediums. I don't know if he has it copyrighted or not. I'd assume that he leaves it open though. I don't know. Trademark? Would it be a trademark? Copyrighted? What would it technically be for a font? I don't know. Also, we have officially made it to the end of this. Is it a trademark for fonts or is it copyright fonts? Trademark fonts at my fonts, so I guess that it's a... Can you trademark a font? No, you cannot trademark a font. A font by itself does not qualify for trademark protection because it is functional. Is it a copyright a font? What is a trademark? What is a font? Trademark can convey your brand value of personality, including font. Trademark is permitted. Blah, 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 blah. Protect font. Because a trademark font that is eligible for trademarking. Okay, you protect the font by using it in a name, logo, or slogan. When you use a font, word, logo, or slogan, it becomes a trademark font that is eligible for trademarking. The use of font can be trademarked in several ways, even though a font by itself is not suitable for trademark protection. Many brands commonly use distinctive trademark font in their trademark logos or other branding materials. If a font is not trademarkable, how do they protect it? Trademark the name of a font. The name of a font can be trademarked. Okay, so that's how certain things get away with, like, just naming, like, I think CSP has one called Perry Hotter or something like that. And it's literally just the Harry Potter cover font. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I listen to both types of music. That does make me wonder, what is... Ooh, it's been a while since I've listened to this. Can I please actually move stuff? Can you not freeze while I'm trying to move a song? Not me trying to search for one song among 719. My assumption is that it's not going to be too far off, because my media player seems to be really trying to front-load songs that it knows that I listen to like it's some sort of freaking product that gains more money based off of how long I listen. How did that show? What? What? What the fuck? Did I get shifted around or something? There's actually a few songs that I haven't heard in a long time. Despite the fact that I listened to them a lot when they were constantly going. Oh, one thing I did want to complain about, speaking of earlier when I mentioned that my media player acts like it's using an algorithm. I don't know if YouTube added an AI or something, but I'm really, really sick and tired of the way that my recommended has been shifting again. There's a single freaking video. Either there's a single video or there's just some sort of fuck up that happens like every other month with YouTube. Just every other month, I'll just randomly start getting recommended a bunch of stuff from India and something that's someplace that speaks Arabic. I don't know what country it is. And I'll just wind up getting these random freaking videos of that just show up like that, and I have to spend the next, like, 2 weeks saying, don't recommend channel, and I'm not interested, because even if they were videos that I might care about, I can't understand them, I can't speak the language, I can't understand the language. And most of the time they're, like, dog shit skits anyway, so it doesn't matter. Where, like, someone just randomly freaking I don't know, there was some dude that was just going through, like, his coin purse or something as one of the freaking videos, that I got recommended today. But, aside from that, the reason that I think that there might be an AI, like, just randomly deciding, is I've gotten a bunch of random other videos just recommended to me over the past 2 days? It isn't even the last day, it was like the last 2 days. I just suddenly started getting a bunch of, like, videos that I would never actually watch. It's sort of like, for some reason, Twitter thinks that I care about sports. I'll, like, be scrolling through, what I'm going to call the freaking Cliff Notes segment, section of Twitter, which on mobile is if I click on the search and then scroll below all the dog shit that's, you know, just trends and shit. So I'll see, like, Zen talking about freaking progress on her marathon. I'll see, some of my mutuals and some of the things that they're doing, and I'll see random other things from, like, VTubers, either a trend that's going on, or like if Mouse has another thing where she's like, hey, send in your models, I'm gonna review them this weekend. You know, stuff like that. And then randomly it'll just be, you know, some random dude talking shit about some soccer team or something, and it's like, I'm sorry, this goes 3 deep, and all 3 of those deep are pages I have muted. Have you not gotten the memo that I don't give a shit about this yet? I wish that I could, you know, hit the dots and say show less of this or something like that. At least YouTube will let me, like, if I get a video that I don't care about, like, after watching Wendigoon's, actually it was while I was watching it because it was recommended from that video, but Wendigoon did a video on the Call of Duty Modern Warfare Trilogy's story, and off to the side it was recommending me the Raid Shadow Legends story. Which it's like, okay, maybe since I was only in a private browser, you might have just decided, okay, we're gonna go mask off a bit and say that show that we've, you know, we're still keeping an eye on you even when you're in your private browser. It's like, okay, whatever. I already knew that you were. You can go mask off for 2 seconds, whatever. With, like, all the Elder Scrolls lore and whatnot, but it's like, here's the entire story of Raid Shadow Legends, and I'm like, I don't give a shit about that. And on YouTube, I can just say, hey, don't fucking recommend this to me. On Twitter, I can't do that. I didn't even know that Reddit gave you stuff that you weren't following. I thought that the point of it was that it was like Tumblr, where you only get stuff from stuff that you're following. Granted, I haven't been on Reddit in half a decade. So... fuck, I don't know. I never got recommended stuff from stuff that I wasn't following when I used it. I just stopped using it because freaking A, half of that shit was stolen anyway. And most of the art ones that I followed stopped, especially after the CEO got really pissed that people were closing off their subreddits due to his shitty behavior. And outright had people do coups against their freaking admins for those pages, especially after that. So there was no moderation to say, hey, you know, source your works. I stopped freaking using it. Sometimes I forget iFun even still exists. The only time I'm reminded of it, and I'm not gonna ever be really reminded of it again unless, like, someone like you brings it up, because I've done my freaking single time of actually seeing it again. When I did the boo, hey shit ass. Because that was the only place that that edit apparently still survived? With the monkey throwing the grenade? But when Reddit did the sell out your admins and you can become admin bullshit, because the CEO was being an asshole. I don't even remember what the fuck he was doing. I don't remember what the fuck he did that pissed everyone off. But I just stopped using it. I had no incentive to continue using it after that point. Because I used it for art, and if I can't find who's making the art, what the fuck's the point? There's a reason I have a phone to PC folder on my freaking private Discord. Because if I see something that I don't know the source of, I can send it to that, and then use Sauce Now. Or if I want to save it to my PC, I just have it there so that, you know, I can find them later. And then sometimes they get deleted before that happens, so fuck, it doesn't even matter. I need to clean it up. But currently, I'm waiting till new PC comes in before I go and open it up for other stuff. This is the first one, that's right? Yeah, it is. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked into Reddit in so goddamn long that... I mean, I guess that I adjusted my account ever so slightly after Ovi mentioned it. Like a year ago. And then I haven't used it since. I was gonna freaking do an advertise thing in it in the VTubers subreddit, but the VTuber subreddit is fucking worthless anyway, because if the mods don't like you, or you're not stroking off their favorite VTuber, or you look like you might be competition to their favorite VTuber, they just mark you as low quality and say fuck you. So fuck them. Great is a very strong word. I don't even know what I'm doing. I just wound up freaking defaulting to yapping because I mean, I didn't have any plan to start off with. Because I don't really, like I said, I don't want to start something if I don't know when PC's coming in, because I don't want to be, like, halfway through something and have to hope that my save file doesn't die when I transfer shit. I already know how Nuzlocke works. I mean, I guess it's Ironmon, because it's the one with the single Pokemon, but still. If I wanted to do something masochistic, I can think of a dozen other things that don't require me to hunt down a freaking dolphin emulator or whatever the fuck. I haven't played Pokemon since one of the Mystery Dungeons, when they originally came out. As far as mainline Pokemons, I haven't played that since Ruby. I don't even know if I'd say it makes it better content. Freaking Connor's done Soul Links with people a few different times, and that's like one of the few video types that I don't tend to actually watch through. Then again, Pokemon's one of those games where I definitely place it in my brain under, why watch it? I'd just play it. So, fuck, I don't know, dude. Yep, see ya. That does remind me, I do need to talk to Tebber about, fuck, what's the... Puppet Dance. I mean, I need to finish, I mean, I have to finish Healing Nature first, but then I also need to... Or I also want to do some of the games that I bought, like Kobayashi Recollection. Close this. I can close this. Get rid of this. Open this. Go over to here. Place this here. This shouldn't autoplay. Hopefully. It's a 10-minute video. I'm not watching that until after stream. If I go to watch anything on stream, I We'll probably freaking watch Bricky's all Warhammer factions explained, honestly. Because he re-explained all of them. Part 2 came out earlier this week, actually. I have no idea how many parts there's going to be to it. Because I have no idea how he's splitting it off the top of my head. And by that I mean I haven't really looked much into it, so I don't know how he's splitting it at all. Let's move... Actually, we can have these all stay in the places that they're in. I'm gonna move this up here. There's a single song that I'm looking for. Which I'm probably not going to actually wind up finding. I will move this, though. I like this song. Doesn't matter, really, because we're going to... I'll put it there. We'll shift out of... Anyway, I'll skip this, actually. I don't really want to listen to that right now. So the plan, really, after stream is... birthday art for Angora, which is gonna be relatively easy. Maybe we'll work on Rhea's re-debut art. Which I'm trying to figure out what I want to do for that, to be honest. I don't know if I want to do anything not safe for work for it. Because part of me wants to work on it on stream. On the other hand, if PC doesn't come in, my motivation to work on art on stream even is a bit diminished. Because it's gotten to the point where half the time my, what's the word I'm looking for? My lines can't actually keep up because it lags while I'm trying to make lines. So it just leads to a problem here straight through. So, I don't know. We're just in a big freaking balancing act again. Of do want to do this, but don't want to do that, but do want to do this, but can't do that. And we have no idea how things are gonna just play out in general. I mean, things are going to improve whenever it happens, for sure, but, like... we had to shift to plan B, so... we could be moving from gold into yellow, or we could be still in, like, bright green. I don't know half the stats until I freaking get my hands on it, so. Granted, it's going to, at base, have improvements that I needed done. So I can just improve from there with smaller bits, rather than needing, well, what led us to this, where I needed, if I was going to upgrade my CPU, I needed a new motherboard. If I get a new motherboard, I might as well freaking upgrade all the other shit too. Which is how we got into this point. Because new motherboard probably means that new RAM, because of, you know, the change in DDR. GPU would probably still be fine, but, you know, might as well upgrade that for some of the stuff that I'd be running at that point. Also, whoever decided on forcing RTX and everything now, this isn't affecting me directly, but I do remember several people mentioning this, like, specifically with Doom Eternal, but it's apparently a trend with several games. Go fuck yourself. Everyone agrees that RTX is, you know, negligible improvement for, like, 3 times the amount of freaking resource consumption. So, forcing it, go fuck yourself, dude. If people really want that, like, extra fidelity, I think they should be able to decide on that. I'm not gonna freaking tell them that they're stupid for freaking, you know, if that's their priority, that's their priority. I ain't gonna freaking complain about it on them. It's not affecting me. When you're forcing it onto me, it is affecting me, and then you can go fuck yourself, though. And God forbid if I have other programs running at the same time, like, you know, if I'm streaming it. Which I'm not streaming anything with RTX anyway. Especially forced RTX, because I'm not streaming new shit. My Marathon Infinity with its forced RTX. Actually, what game was it that, had, like, its pseudo ray tracing? Like, it was doing something that, detected, like, where you were in comparison to other things, and it was like a pixel game, I think. And it, like, was able to detect if you were affecting certain light, and, like, had, you know, dynamic shadows and freaking reflections and all that. And, you know, telling how the God Rays are running and all that. I don't remember what that was. I don't think that I played it. Maybe I did. Obviously, I would have played it without all that on, but like... I think the worst part about it is, though, that when it comes to, like, half of my plans, aside from whatever chat decides on for the first game, half of my freaking... Oh, interesting. Interesting. But half of my freaking planned games and whatnot are... still on the older side of things. Because let's see here, what are my, like, top priority things? What are the ages of half of those? I mean, obviously VTuber Souls has kind of been sitting on the back burner for a while, which leads to me being Dark Souls 1, which is 2012. God, Dark Souls 1's over a decade old. How old is Dark Souls 3? Oops, not that. "2016, it is almost a decade old. I had a feeling, but I wasn't sure. The Arma games are on that list of things that I want to play. 2013 for Arma 3. How is there not an Arma 4 yet? I mean, the answer is because they just keep DLCing the fuck out of Arma 3. I mean, obviously there's the meme of, I'm going to get myself a brand new rig just so I can play modded Minecraft. Just part of it. It is part of the plan. It would be nice if the new rig was good enough for Tebra and I to do, like, Halo Infinite, or... because I think that that's on Game Pass. And I think that they have a new... Game Pass, Oh, interesting. I had to look for a moment. Fallout 76 actually is not family shareable. Meanwhile, I have 2 copies of Monster Hunter World, 3 copies of Left 4 Dead, freaking 2 copies of Fallout New Vegas, 2 copies of Ark Now, because all those are family shareable. Fallout 4 is another one because I want to do Fallout London. Far Cry 6, finally do that with Tepper and finish it up, maybe. That'd be nice. If I were to do VR chat, I'd do it, like, as a community night kind of deal. Why do I still have American Nightmare downloaded? But yeah, there's a half dozen games that I'd like to do. Rage is on that list because we tried to do that for Nostalgiathon way back when we did fuck, what was it called? Core Keeper. We did Core Keeper instead of Rage. Or I was going to do Rage, and then we did Core Keeper. Rage was running like dog shit at the time. That's a 2011 game. But yeah, there's a decent number of those. I think it'd be kind of fun to do, like, some more multiplayer type games with friends and whatnot. I mean, like I've said, I'd like to reach out to more, like, mutuals and whatnot and actually play stuff with them. Even if it's not for, like, collabs, just play stuff with people. Because most of the people that I freaking become mutuals with are, like, people that are wanting to become mutuals and friends and whatnot, so it's like... Also, I've been burned one too many times on just joining in without knowing people, just jumping into a collab. So, you know, if I don't, like, jive with them as far as, like, content wavelengths, because that's a thing. I think that a lot of people don't comprehend that. And I think that people, like, will drop friendships despite the fact, just because they don't, like, mesh well for content-wise stuff. But you can be friends with someone even if you're not, like, a good mesh to do content-wise with them. I'm going to pee real quick, and I'll continue that thought when I get back. didn't even shut the light off. Anyway, where was I? Back that up. I wanted to... Alright, let me move this over here. This goes here. Right. But yeah, I think that's the thing that people don't really comprehend terribly well. I mean, it's partially because people... Is it still topical? People have made like 3 videos on it in the past week. I'm not gonna say exactly freaking, but it's come up again recently, but, it's a thing that people don't... People think too much of this is, you know, on the business end of things. So they forget, you know, the people side of things, and people don't comprehend sometimes that people that you meet in this space you can be friends with without making content with them. And I mean, I guess vice versa you could, but like, I don't know. That one seems less fun. I don't know. It seems less genuine, and who knows? Maybe it's... I mean, I guess that it's not even just me that thinks this way. Like, a lot of people outright say that, people need to, like, start, like, be having fun with this stuff, and a lot of people are, like, the people that only want to do this on the business end of things are not the greatest in the circle, community, sphere, whatever you want to call it. Ugh. Excuse me. Skip to this. But I think that the more important side of that is that you can be friends with people without, you know, feeling like you're a good match for content. Like, I'm friends with a few different people that I don't... Like, obviously I'd be willing to, you know, VTuber Vault kind of deal. Because it's a bit of a different thing from, like, game collab kind of deal, right? That basically just requires you to be able to yap. And I can yap freaking for ages, especially with certain people. Basically, if I'm friends with them, I've probably got the ability to yap for freaking ages. In theory. Then again, sometimes also freaking just freaking an hour or so of silence of us just doing whatever the heck we're doing in the freaking thing or whatever. Which is one of those things where, like, it really falls under the... I can be friends very well, but I don't know if it'd be content-wise freaking the most interesting kind of deal, you know? Absolutely no dialogue or anything, freaking just kind of watching the game. But that's fine, like... I mean, that's kind of part of why Weed and Boys didn't really work on the content side of things, is that we all kind of do our own things, or aren't really content-oriented at all in some cases. But, like, all of us are friends. At least I consider us all friends, anyway. I'd still consider Gaff and Luna friends, obviously, and, I mean... Obviously, Sarah, Tebber, I'd consider as friends. I mean, Tebber's like we freaking talk. I mean, I'm so close with Tebber that people think that we're biological siblings half the time, so... It do be one of those things. Hey, there's the song I was looking for. But yeah, I don't understand why people freaking... I can get, like, why it's partially a thought. I don't understand why people put so much weight into it, though. Like, some people will outright cut themselves off from people just because they don't make a good content duo. And I don't understand that. I mean... Like, don't get me wrong. It is a business. Like, even as a hobby, in most cases there is a little bit of business aspect to it. That doesn't mean, though, that you really need to or should cut out the human element of it, because, I mean, that's one of the reasons that people come here, is they're after, like, the genuine human element of it. If they wanted, you know, just characters on a screen, they'd watch anime in the or they'd freaking watch random YouTube skits or freaking whatever else. The reason why streaming is such a major thing now is because people really like, you know, the human element of it. And the fact that some people want to try and just boil it down to everything except for the human part is not good. I'm gonna blatantly say that, I guess. That's my genuine opinion, is like, if you boil out all the human aspects of the of streaming, then why even bother with that? I mean, that's freaking one thing that we get on, you know, major corporations and shit about, is that they're trying to freaking boil out every bit of human contact with whatever the heck they're doing. Between AI and freaking... AI just getting rid of any creative ideas in order to freaking just toss in whatever their suits and analysts freaking say is the right path to take, and then you take away anything that came from the original. Like, I mean, I guess one of the more recent things as far as that goes is, like, apparently the live-action Lilo and Stitch ends with freaking Lilo just being taken into freaking CSP, or Child Protection, CPS. And Nami's like, oh, yay, I no longer have to worry about my sister. I can go and girl boss and do whatever and be my own freaking woman or whatever. And it's like... just undercut the entire freaking point of the story, I guess, in order to freaking say what the analysts say is the hot thing now, I guess. I don't know, freaking... there's so much stuff that's just... we're gutting the entire thing and then posting its husk out there with an entire new system out there. So that we get the same name, but it's that you look inside and there's nothing remaining. It's an actual ship of Theseus, except you haven't gotten rid of all the boards. You kept the board that had the name on it. I think it's a set of boards that normally has the name on it, because of how big the name has to be on your average ship, but still. You kept the nameplate, that's the only thing it is. The rest of it is no longer a galleon, it's a freaking cruiser or whatever, I don't know. There's been some like real egregious examples of that, and I don't really play a whole lot of new stuff, so I don't know. I do see some things that like outright downgrade themselves for no real reason. Like Dragon Age. I'm not even going to talk about like all the other shit going on in it. Those demon dudes designs are the ones that that's what I want to focus on, because, you know, I'm an art and creature design kind of eggplant. And man, I tell you what, freaking anytime someone was talking about, I really hated seeing any of those videos. Not because of the content in them. I mean, partially because all the content started getting kind of stale, because it was just, you know, the same 3 talking points all the time. But because everyone used, whether they were on the side of Dragon Age, Veilguard, or like against it, they used that, I don't know what the species is called. I started calling them the wannabe tieflings because their new designs freaking just looked like a human with freaking horns or whatever. and I thought it looked dog shit. But I see the old designs of these dudes, and let me actually freaking... what are they called? I type in dragon and I get freaking Melissa because she's got dragon fucker as her freaking... Kunari is what they seem to be called. I don't want to see their new design, I just want to see their, like, classic design. Oh, these guys are, like, a different species, it looks like. No, that's a specific character, never mind. I think. Are you a specific character? Or is it a side species? Yes. Okay, you are a specific character. But, like, their old designs were so fucking cool, dude. Let me, hop over to this, and then hop over to my, completion list. Like, their old designs are cool. Ignore the fact it's fandom, that's the only result I had. But their old designs are, like, sick as hell. And, okay, I guess we're not getting... But I really like the designs in this. And this dude is actually one of the ones I really like the design of. Like, look at this. Like, you've got, obviously, human facial features, but you've also got, like, he's not human. And he looks sick as hell. It's like a very beefy demon Majima. Now let's look through some of these other designs for them. Like, this dude looks sick as hell. Let's just work our way through these. We already had that guy. The one at the bottom I know is the one that people used a lot in their examples, and I know is the one that's going to look like shit. This one is just an elf. Oh, an elven. Oh, so these are... So it's a faction is what those are. Okay, so... Whatever, dude. This guy also is kind of cool looking. But it's mostly his armor. This is kind of teetering into what they would wind up becoming, and they look kind of bland. I still like the design because the art style that they're using for is fine. But I like the way that they do these guys. It melds well. I don't know. Even this one's, like, not bad. Dragon Age Inquisition. Why does this one look like dog shit? What is with the art direction where, like... It's like a wannabe tiefling, but they freaking tried to chatify it. Like, not even, like, I don't know. It looks bad, dude. And the way that they freaking animated it makes it look even worse. Because, like, anytime I see, that one's face, like, in anything, it's like freaking... what is it? Wojak? Is that what the freaking comic dudes are called? It's one of those fucking faces in, like, all of them, and it's like, why? Who thought that this looked good? Especially in comparison to, like, all the others of, like, the half-demon looking ones. Which apparently they're, like, an elf species or something? I don't know. I don't know what their species is, but that was apparently a faction that I was using the page of. I don't know why... Fuck if I know. Maybe they're like a wide species that has like a bunch of subspecies or something. I don't care on that front. I just want to talk about their designs. I don't know enough about Dragon Age to really talk about anything beyond design-wise. And I'm not going to pretend that I, you know anything beyond that. Because, honestly, it helps nobody to freaking just, you know, repeat shit. With no actual other commentary on it. I don't know. It was just something that constantly caught my eyes, no matter which side they were on. Either the game's dog shit or the game's not that bad, it's actually really good, you just need to give it a chance. It's like, then don't show me, like, one of the worst designs I've seen in my life. I think it's because it falls under the Uncanny Valley region. Like, the face proportions are trying to be human, but they're trying to keep the very freaking angular chisel look of the rest of the species, and it looks awful. Because the other ones also have, like, very angular faces. And it doesn't work out. It works out for the others because whoever they had on knew how character design worked. On like a basic level. I mean, that's all you really need is a basic level. Imagine if people actually paid, like, character designers to make characters instead of being like, you have to do it this exact way. Because that's what a lot of, like, directors wind up doing anymore. It's just like, it has to look exactly this way. Don't tell me how it looks until after it's done. In their brain, oh shit, I fucked up. But I can't let anyone know that I've fucked up. Looks great. Send it. I mean, I've had freaking my fair share of directors that no matter how bad things get, they feel like they can't show any form of weakness, or like they've made any sort of mistake. So they just send it, regardless of how it freaking actually is. And I don't understand, dude. I mean, the answer is it's pride. You get to a point where your level of power in, like, your little world that you're creating, even if it's not like your original world, you start, like, really trying to run it the way that you want. And either you intentionally trying to be a piece of shit and just trying to sabotage it because you want to be freaking remembered regardless of how it is. Freaking Ryan Johnson or whoever the heck took over Last of Us. Where it's just, I want to make people surprised. I don't care how bad it is, I just want to make people surprised about what happened. Yeah, congratulations, you did surprise me. You, took something that a lot of people liked and made everyone hate it. I can't say everyone. There are people that like it just because people hate it. But you get the idea. In a lot of cases, like, the majority of the fan base just winds up hating it. Congratulations. I guess that you definitely achieved your job of surprising people, and and making I don't even remember what the actual phrase is. I always say circumventing, but, like, you know. Making a surprise out of their expectations. You know, congrats, you succeeded at that. Because there are expectations for there to be a decent sequel. I freaking don't even remember what, like, there was recently an adjustment made or something like that, like, in a tweet, like, very J.K. Rowling-esque. There is no evidence of this in any of the actual material that people are consuming. However, I'm going to say it because it'll keep it in people's minds. But freaking... There was like a random thing about The Last of Us or something like that where freaking... Druckmann just decided, you know, off the cuff, I'm going to comment on... I'm going to say that this happened in this. Oh, right. He said that, yes, actually, scooping out the child's brain would have saved the world. Okay. Nice fanfic, dickhead. No one cares. That side wasn't really explored. It doesn't matter if it would have happened. You can't just, you know... Well, actually, on it, just to freaking make it seem like, you know, your later decision was actually the right freaking thing to do or whatever, I don't know. Well, actually, you see, if the rebellion had been crushed by the Death Star, instead of them destroying it, the Empire would have crumbled that year, and actually everything would have been fine. It's that kind of fucking energy, like, actually the good guys, they did bad. By stopping innocents from dying, or whatever. I mean, I guess that even, like, that's an even more drastic scenario in that case. Because if the rebellion died, they're not innocents. They're... They're a military force. They are a rebellion. They are a severely, like, massively, massively smaller force. An absurdly, insanely smaller force. But... they are a military force. The child is innocent. Scooping out the child's brain is... even if it's going to make a cure for... freaking absurd fungus virus, it's murder. I don't know, dude. I mean, take your pick on freaking series where they just decide that they're going to change writers halfway through or whatever, or directors or whatever. And you probably found something that got fucked up. Or when there's no real communication between the two. I mean, like, going into examples that people don't even argue that much about. Like, Game of Thrones Season 8. Oh, we cut out, like, important plot points in the earlier books because we didn't know they were important at the time. Oops, now we have to figure out how to actually make things line up. I guess we won't. We'll just freaking wing it. Okay, here's the answer. My big example being Dead Man Wonderland. Freaking every time. The ones that made the anime removed a character because they thought that they weren't important because they only had like a dozen or so pages in the entire first act. So they just removed them. But in the manga, they're like a key point of the second act. So Dead Man Wonderland Season 2 can never happen without basically fully rewriting it and then, you know, pissing off people anyway because you're just gutting it and writing your own story and plastering the name on it, which is something that we complained about earlier in the stream. So they can't make a Season 2 unless they either A, find a way to just say, oh yeah, that person that didn't exist until now just existed. They were here the whole time. Look at them. They're right there. They're right there. They suddenly popped up with everyone else once they got out of the gate. See, they're here. Right? And that's just bad writing, and they're not gonna, you know, do that. And just freaking, like, okay, well, guess we're not doing Season 2, guys. Because we can't. It's one of those things that always makes me a little sad, to be honest. Because I'm a big fan of the series, but, like, it'll never get a continuation because someone made a mistake in figuring out what characters were actually needed. No one read ahead, and... oops, guys. Oopsie. But I don't know. It'll always sadden me that it'll never be like a continuation of it, but it is what it is at times. Not all of us can freaking have our continuation. I mean, everyone that's watched No Game, No Life has been waiting for a Season 2 for a decade. PSG is constantly freaking debating if they are jumping into the shark-infested water or not. They put a foot over the freaking plank and then they're like, oh wait, no, we're making the series. Look, here, new trailer. Oh, sorry, it's going on hiatus, it's not coming out actually. And then they freaking are about to freaking jump into the great white shark, and then they're like, oh wait, no, look. Slightly different studio, but look. They're a different branch of the studio or something. Look, jingle jingle. Look. So, I don't know. I like the series, but I'm not, you know, I'm not gonna go and jump it. I got really excited when it originally came along, and it's been put on, like, a pseudo-cancel twice? So I'm not getting hyped again until it actually comes out. Because if it just doesn't come out, then I'm not out anything. It's like, I don't understand how people are still excited for Elder Scrolls 6 at this point. People are still theorizing as to where it is and freaking X, Y, and Z because we have no information on it. The teaser came out when? The teaser came out in 2018. It is 7 years old. The fuck? What the fuck? No idea what that was. I just see freaking right below the announcement teaser, a freaking minute-and-a-half long video of freaking 6 Hammerfell first trailer. A month ago, Elder Scrolls 6 is getting bigger, which is 12 minutes long somehow. Will be released before a potential Fallout 5. I sure hope so, because I really hope that they don't freaking... I hope that they really reconsider how they're doing Fallout before they freaking make a 5. Oh, apparently it did actually get teased like 2 months or something ago. I love massive new trailer. And it's a minute long. Shout out to them stating... Shout out to none of this probably even being accurate to how the game's going to look or feel when it actually comes out. Because they blatantly stated... when they finished Starfield that they were finally going to start work on Elder Scrolls 6. Oh my god. I just see off to the side freaking Fudge Muffet, a 6-hour video. Elder Scrolls 6 Dominion, our ideal Elder Scrolls 6 game, and set in Hammerfell and High Rock. Go fuck yourself, dude. How do you make a 6-hour video on just what could be? That is some insane copium, dude. Can I actually freaking have this load? I really hate how YouTube has this bad habit of private browser never loading. I don't know what causes it. All right, let's see this fantastic. All right, let me pause music. Take us over to the completion list. Food Break Media. This. Let's see this. This 1-minute trailer.
You carry an aura of confusion and despair. Tell this one. What did you see?
I saw a familiar place, covered in strange shadows. Shadows that are in plain view,
My clavicus.
yet hidden, waiting to pounce on fear. Crawling silently among us.
Among Us?
Releasing poisons of deceit and hatred. Shadows that soar and grow in power.
This looks AI. I'm sorry, I had to say that.
As chaos unfolds and consumes the world.
I'm not sorry. I'm blatantly just going to state that. The way that she moved and the way that the freaking lighting affected her, she looked AI. Clavicus Vile, I guess, is going to be the antagonist for it or something? Cool, I guess, if that's even real. Is that actually, like... Here, let me see here. Let me go to Bethesda's official YouTube. Because they freaking claim that that was from Bethesda's official YouTube. At least in the thumbnail for that. Elder Scrolls Online, Elder Scrolls Online, Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76, Elder Scrolls Online, Journey through Cyrodiil. There is Indiana Jones, Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76 for the ghoul shit. Which ghoulification really seems like exclusively a downgrade for that. Unless you're just pumping drugs into yourself 24/7, you're just going to start debuffing like 5 minutes later. Yeah, there is nothing on Bethesda's official. I don't know. Grain of salt. Massive grain of salt. And it looked AI, so fuck you. Alright, I'm back. I had to pee. Okay, where was I? Oh, right. I don't know. Six would have to do something pretty major in order for me to care. I'm just gonna be honest on that. To even care. Because, honestly, fuck, dude. When was the last time I freaking... Like, I like Oblivion. Skyrim is... a good platform. Skyrim falls under the same banner as Fallout 4 does for me. It's a good platform for modding, and I like a lot of the stuff that people have done with it. I don't give a shit about the story. And between the two of them, gameplay-wise, I would choose Fallout 4. Like, as far as, like, combat goes. Because Skyrim's combat is not great. Even with, like, my pile of mods that I put on there in order to make the combat more interesting. It was just fine. And I freaking busted one of my weapons. I busted two of my weapons so that I didn't have to deal with the combat as much. I got up to the point where I could freaking start doing the glitch in order to superpower my freaking smithing. And... then I just did that because melee combat in base Skyrim is boring. It's swing, swing, enemy raises even their fists, stops your hammer, heavy swing, maybe it'll go through, maybe it won't. However, if I have a weapon that does 2 trillion damage, even the 2% that gets through there is going to insta-kill them. So that's why I did it. And God forbid if I hadn't freaking done that for, like, my bow or something. The number of times I walked out of my freaking museum and there's just a dragon that decided, hey, I'm saying hi today. If they didn't despawn every time that I left the area, I'm sure that the streets would be littered with just dragon skeletons. I think that it was every other time that I walked out into Solitude, a dragon would just spawn. I don't know. I hope that they improve it. I wouldn't be opposed to playing freaking Elder Scrolls Online with a friend or something. Because the combat's MMOified rather than being Skyrim. So me freaking just pelting something with arrows for 5 hours doesn't run me out of arrows. Because they all have infinite arrows, which is nice. I want to skip to this. I can only imagine how annoying it would be freaking... Like, especially with the number of, enemies it is, because it's obviously an MMO. And how much combat they probably want you to do in order to, like, level shit up and whatnot. I can only imagine how annoying it would be if I only had either how many ever arrows I could gather. It would be gather too. Buy or gather. They never actually added a way to craft arrows, I don't think, into base Skyrim. Or like base Elder Scrolls. Well, I mean, obviously not base Elder Scrolls. Like freaking Oblivion and whatnot didn't really even have crafting in general. But like Skyrim, I don't think ever had it without mods. I may be wrong. That might have been added in one of the special editions. There's so many editions of Skyrim at this point that I have no idea. But that's kind of my point, is it would be kind of a pain in the ass. So I don't know. Perhaps one day we'll wind up doing some of those, but I have other things that I want to do first. I mean, the problem with online is that it's an MMO, so, and they actually have you spawn in whatever faction you are based off of your race. So I was an Argonian. So I was down in the Ebonheart Pact. I don't remember what Park was, but he was a different faction. So we had to get to freaking, like, I don't know, I think it was only like level 10, but still, we had to get a decent chunk in to meet up with each other. It's sort of like Final Fantasy, based off of what class you choose, though, in Final Fantasy. You have to get to, which I believe is also level 10, which is not that hard to get to. Get to the story mission where you start adventuring around and seeing all the different factions. And then you can actually go and meet up with your friends and whatnot. Obviously, you'll be in whatever your home region is for the first, like, arc or so. For the missions there. I think that's how that is. I don't remember. But it's one downside about the MMO way of doing things. I'm not gonna, like, complain terribly much about it, because it's not like it's restricted to, like, level 50 or something. What game was it? It was like Guild Wars 2 or something that traveling to the main hub area requires you to be like level 35 or something. At least if you want to like do any of the combat around or anything. Because I got to like level 25 or 30 or something. And still had 2 regions until I got to the hub. And I just sprinted through those 2 regions because I didn't care to do 700 pig asses or goblin spears or whatever as evidence of killing the enemies. In order to get up to the next group of levels so that I could go. Let me play with my friends. Skyrim, or not Skyrim. I don't know why I said that. That's what I like about RuneScape, is you go through the tutorial, whatever tutorial, I think it's back to Tutorial Island now. But you, get off of Tutorial Island, and then get off of Tutorial Island, and then you're able to play with your friends. Granted, RuneScape is a little differently designed as an MMO. Most everything you can do solo. I mean, I think everything you can do solo. I don't think that there's any raids that require you to have multiple people, because you don't have your standard classes, you don't have healers and shit. People do still, you know, instance boss with a bunch of people for certain bosses. Corp, I believe, is one that people do a lot. I know that my old late clan leader way back when did like nights where he'd just corp farm with a bunch of people. He also screwed up the market with freaking elder logs, or whatever the heck they were called. Because he'd freaking spend actual hundreds of hours doing cycles of elder trees. And had a bunch of other people that would also do it. Just, they were hanging out, like, it was a hangout thing. It wasn't them intentionally trying to crash the market or anything. But it would happen, and it just flooded the market with elder logs, so they freaking tanked, dude. I'm going to take this ad break as an opportunity to hit the bathroom again. Ran over my fucking foot. Either way, where was I? Alright, tanked the economy. Well, didn't really tank the economy, just tanked the freaking price of freaking elder logs. But yeah, I don't know, dude. There are definitely some, some MMOs that do better at their pacing before you can get to play with your friends than others, which is really odd when one of the ones that you don't have to interact with other people is one of the fastest ones to do so with. Which is really, really weird. It's just a wild concept that happens. I mean, gaming is full of wild concepts, I suppose. I mean, Marvel vs. Capcom isn't being produced by Capcom this time around. So, that's where we are, I guess. One of the title companies is not involved with the game. But apparently they've been sitting on Marvel vs. Capcom for however many years and just letting it, in the words of people that actually play it, rot. So, fuck them. I mean, obviously, you know, it's not like they didn't freaking agree to it. It's not like you can just come out from under and snipe someone else's freaking properties, like, only a couple years later. Unless you have a lot of money. And then you can own it for 50 years. Even if you don't make anything with it. Thanks, Disney. What is the expiration on, like, what is the time limit on copyright degradation? Life of the author plus 70 years for works created on or after January. Life of the author plus 70 years. Jesus fucking Christ. That's fucking insane, dude. Depending on the length of freaking their lifespan, you're nearing 200 years. 2 centuries of copyright almost. There are nations that don't even come close to living that long. I don't know. It's insane to think about, like, the shelf life of nations these days, though. Like, I just looked up Greek and Roman Empire. The Greek one lasted nearly 700 years, and the Roman Empire lasted nearly 1,500 years. And we have nations that die after, like, less than 100. They'll either split, or they'll freaking combine, or they'll freaking just cease to exist. Then you have, what, freaking Sudan? Was it South Sudan? Was the one that lasted, like, not even long enough to learn to drive? Or is it still existing? It still exists. It has only existed since 2011, though. It is 14 years old. If you're younger than South Sudan, you shouldn't be on the internet. Honestly. It's a few different freaking... It's a few countries that are probably freaking older than most of the people that should be on the internet. Or younger, I don't know, whatever. I don't think people should be on the internet until they're adults, to be honest. And that's speaking as someone who freaking grew up in the internet from, like, the age of fucking 12. I had a friend that freaking faked my age in order to make me a freaking Yahoo and a Facebook account when I was, like, 12. You? Normally it's the other one. Why is it always your asses? The other one just bodies the thing. You just flopped your ass in order to open the door. You fucking weirdo. Properly close my door. Maybe that'll keep her from flopping her ass against the thing in order to freaking open it. But yeah. I saw some shit back then, though. Stuff that I should not have seen. Freaking Wild West internet days, dude. I'm more than double that age now, well, yeah, more than double that age now. Jesus. Jesus Christ, dude. I've been on the internet for more than half my life. What a travesty. I mean, I guess that, like, a lot of people have been on the internet for more than half their life, considering these days freaking kids get put on the iPad at, like, 3. Or younger. My niece is technically that way. Freaking... She got given an iPad at like freaking 2. What the fuck, dude? I think that freaking being given access to the internet before I was freaking 13 was a mistake, and I mean, granted, I don't know, it's a double-edged sword. On one hand, I freaking learned how to spot shit at an early age. On the other hand, I also spotted shit that I should never have spotted, so... Stuff that'll stick with me for the entirety of my lifespan, probably. Just scarred there forever. It's fucked, dude. But yeah, that's the moral of my story is, I should not have to be exposed to the opinions of a child just because I hop onto Twitter. Keep them shits to yourself until they're like 20. I mean, I guess you can't stop them after they're like 18 if they move out early enough. Like if they move out at 18, then first of all, what a privilege, I guess, that they freaking are able to afford that shit in this fucking economy. But I guess you can't really stop them from getting on the internet at that point. Granted, if they haven't really been exposed to the internet until then, they might freaking not have the... If they've got the luxury of that, they probably have had money from such an early age that they probably aren't going to keep that money for very long once they move out. Who knows? Yeah, I'll get you some free gold trim for your car, guy. It'll look sick, trust me. Freaking... Just take out everything. Pretend to freaking make engine sounds with someone on a bicycle. Pedals in the freaking engine slot. Yeah, look, it's all great. Freaking entire thing's just gutted out aside from the seats and the freaking chassis. Fucking goofy, dude. Or you just take the whole damn thing. You know, that's also an option. I mean, give them the full RuneScape treatment, they never see their car again. Just like all those freaking kids back then never saw their armor again. I never got Rune when I was that age, though, so I didn't have anyone that freaking bothered to scam me out of it. Because I've always been that freaking... I've always had the autism where I have to... If it's possible to, I have to make the item myself. I had to have freaking friends basically force gear into my hands. In order for me to actually accept some items that I didn't earn or make. It's like a obsidian cape and freaking some sort of necklace. I don't remember what the heck that was called. Yeah, that's this song. I don't like this one that much. I should play RuneScape again sometime, but it's summer and I don't really ever get into a RuneScape mood in summer. It's freaking winter when my nostalgia brainworms start wiggling. It would be very funny if I just freaking went on a RuneScape marathon after I freaking got new PC. Just that. You know, one of the few things that I can actually run on this PC freaking with zero problems. Just play it. New PC. That's it. That's all I got it for. Fuck the Minecraft with mods joke. We're just gonna do this. At least mods in Minecraft tend to actually take up more resources. I'd like to get into the fleshy Minecraft server, but freaking my schedule just doesn't, or the Pixelmon server, but my schedule just doesn't freaking have openings for it. Maybe once I'm... What I need to do is I need to restructure my schedule, like I keep saying, but that's restricted by certain things. And then freaking just me being stupid and overburdening myself with other things is just... What do you do, you know? I mean, the answer is find a better work-life balance. Which I intend to do, it's just... I'm literally in my busy month, and I'm... Here's the thing, I've already kind of started scraping off some of the things from my busy month. Just because certain things... in general, aren't going to really work out for doing busy month. So what I'm going to probably wind up doing is, like what I said I was going to do. Because I already have a lot of friends that have birthdays this month, so... what I need to do, kind of, is... shift myself to where I have... people placed in tiers. Like, logic tiers instead of, I guess optimization tiers might be the better way to put it. Instead of having everyone be at the same kind of tier. Because as it stands, I'll freaking have brainworms, friends, and people I look up to all on the same tier. Which leads to choice paralysis, for one. And for two, I freaking just wind up having instances like this where I have too many things at once. So I need to kind of cascade it to where friends and brainworms can share a spot. I just obviously need to keep dates in mind. Because for friends, I want to actually get stuff done for their birthdays and anniversaries and whatnot. But when it comes to people I look up to, I kind of need to set them in, like, a separate tier, and honestly, if I'm being optimal about it, not do it on their events, because, especially considering the size of some of them, it just kind of gets buried. And then, like, in one case, it's going to regardless, because A, it's Twitter, B, I'm not paying for Twitter, and C, they are massive. So they just have like 30 fucking things a day or something like that. And I certainly wouldn't be able to keep up with that shit. And that's exclusively in art regards. Ignoring birthdays, obviously, and birthday it's like probably closer to 300, but like I wouldn't be able to keep up with that. And then you also got to keep an eye on people that are just casually commenting, like, you know, GG sending CC the freaking one dude's tweet because it just happened to go across her timeline. Because the algorithm knows. The algorithm knows its memes. shuffle. Sure. But yeah, I don't know. That's one of those things where it is kind of better for my mentality anyway, because obviously if it's freaking a shit ton of competition, my brain is going to start brainworming because I freaking, you know, obviously artist, if I don't get big number, I feel bad about it, and I think that I did bad work, even if I know that I did good work. I mean, I'm not as bad as some people that I know where they're like, I only have 300 followers, I didn't get 2,000 likes, I guess that it was dog shit and a waste of time. Like, you're being unreasonable. But hey, I mean, there's a reason why I don't bother wasting my time on some of them about that stuff anymore, is because they'll find a million and one excuses, and even pull out, like, fallacies that don't fit, in order to freaking try and be like, well, actually, and it's like, it's not how that works, but go off, I guess, if you want to freaking pity party yourself for the next 7 years. I ain't gonna stop you. Someone posted something, I think it was Potato, who posted about, like, really enjoying looking at, like, other people's art and then seeing, like, the quality that they put out and then using it as, like, a inspiration to work harder and whatnot. And I think that's a really good way to look at it. That's what that's kind of what I said to one friend a while back who really got into a bad headspace because he kept comparing himself to other people. Not artistically, because he didn't really do art, but, like, in the field that he liked to do for, like, the communities he was a part of. And he asked me, he's like, so how do I stop comparing myself to others? And I'm like, if you're asking me directly how I do, the answer is you don't. The way that it is that, the way that I solve it, anyway, is I use it to, you know, bolster my freaking resolve and freaking use it as an inspiration to improve. Rather than being like, okay, this person that has freaking 15,000 followers is better quality than me. Well, I guess that it's just, that's the answer, and it's like, no, that's not really how it works. I can improve. Ugh. I'm gonna skip to this. Is this? Yes, follows this. But that's just kind of how I freaking wind up doing it to the best of my ability. There's obviously some instances where I don't really succeed so well at that. And I get in my own head about how some people do certain things, and, like, where they sit compared to me. Normally, it's not really in regards to, like, numbers or anything, though. It's in regards to, like, connections to other people and whatnot. Because, like, I mean, in most cases, like, we're in different niches, so... Like I said the other day with, like, the Tepper thing, since people ask, like... I mean... We have overlap already, and... in the areas that don't overlap... It's in our areas where we're our own niche. There's no real point in me freaking stressing over it because, like, the example I gave, I don't do fighting games. So, those that view Tepper exclusively for, like, the fighting game segment or whatever, aren't going to come over here regardless because I don't do fighting games. It's not that hard to freaking wrap my head around, really. So there's no real point in me stressing over it, just because, you know, no overlap in that niche. And that's probably the example I'll normally use, because the people that I, like, need to hold my tongue and check my anger on as far as me, like, being envious of some of the people that they know or whatever, or like that they're close with or whatever they're doing, are, I mean, obviously, I don't know, I don't like talking about that kind of stuff, I guess is the best way to put it. I don't know. I was talking the other day to another friend about that kind of stuff, and about how, like, oh yeah, they're, like, doing a thing that I wouldn't normally raid into. I don't know why you, like, really bothered to bring up anyway. And it's like, would you really not, like, you know, freaking... Is that on your list of things that you wouldn't go into for XYZ reason? And I'm like, I don't know. Who's to know? Well, you would, I'd assume. It's like, but do I really? Would I mention it if I did? I don't know. I mean, the answer is no. I wouldn't. I mean, I would if it was, you know, that specific reason, but it's not that reason, as we're establishing here, like, freaking... I don't know, dude. There's certain things where I freaking... It's like, I got that twang in the back of my brain, and then my freaking jaw clenches, and I'm like... And it's not like a full anger thing, it's just like... I really wish that I could, you know, do thing. And it's partially because it's like... I don't know... I get into my head on wondering if I'm friends with some of the people involved, like, as a result of it and whatnot. Because we're, like, friendly, and we're mutuals, and X, Y, and Z, and then it's like... Yes, but you're not, like... You're not invited to sit at the table, so... I don't know, are we really friends? Sorry, we're not going... I don't know, it's... Maybe it's an effect of freaking how things were in high school or whatever. Or I just start to freaking brain because freaking I had close friends and whatnot, and then especially ones that I'd been friends with since we were, like, single digits and whatnot, right? And then, like... I mean, in the end, it doesn't really matter in this, because, like, we wound up going very different routes. They went hyper-religious, and X, Y, and Z, and I am the antithesis of, like, most religious beliefs. Or not really religious beliefs, but, like, the way that people interpret them, I guess. You know, freaking pansexual, not really freaking... conforming to my genetic sex. X, Y, and Z. So it doesn't really matter on that front in the end, because we would... Either I would have freaking wound up being in a situation where I absolutely hate myself, and not knowing why, because I would have never been exposed to this kind of stuff, because I would have followed along that path. Which is, you know, the bad ending. I'd argue. Or we would have freaking wound up going our separate ways anyway due to that, and probably not even been on really good terms, because I don't know how freaking dogmatic he is at this point. But it's just assumption, I suppose. Just because of, you know, the region that we live in, and I mean, he lives in Georgia now, last I knew, so arguably worse. Freaking probably got his own goddamn parish at this point, or whatever you wanna fucking call it. But, back to the actual point of this tangent. Friends with him for X number of fucking years, and then all of a sudden, like, X, Y, and Z, we're all gonna hang out, blah, 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 freaking... And talking, like, right there about, oh yeah, we're hanging out this weekend, this happened, X, Y, Z happened, fucking whatever. I was like, that's fucking great, guys. I'm sure glad that I get to hear everything that happens secondhand. Sure, I'm glad that two of my best friends are having such a fantastic fucking time with their new friends, and not even freaking giving a passing thought to me. Whatever. I don't know, that's freaking high school bullshit, you know? I haven't interacted with, like, anyone from that friend group in near a decade, because I split off when I made my PC, because I mean, even the closest friend out of that, the one that, you know, is now Georgia preacher, was the only one that was thinking about switching to PC at the time. Because we were both like the logical ones that didn't freaking feel like this loyalty toward Xbox. And I was like, alright, yeah, I'm gonna freaking switch to PC, and he's like, I'm gonna switch to PC, and freaking whatever, and I still switched to PC, obviously. And he got an Xbox One, like, a little later, and it's like, oh well. And that's kind of what freaking just kind of ended everything. Because, I mean, Xbox didn't have Discord or TeamSpeak or anything. So I wasn't using any of the freaking communication methods that everyone else was. So we just kind of drifted. It just happens. As much shit as I freaking talk about, like, how things were, like, right before the end of that, firstly, I freaking went homeschooling before then, so it didn't even matter. There was a gap between there and there. There was a gap between me freaking... I mean, there was a gap anyway, because... he went to, like, freaking... fucking... training... not training, what the fuck is the word for it? Like a apprenticeship, school or whatever. Trade school. Because obviously, due to what he was going to do, he just freaking took, like, he technically attended the high school, but he was there for, like, the beginning of the day, got roll call, and then pissed off to the, whatever religious freaking college he went to, and came back in order to, you know, do, extracurriculars. And then I left to go homeschooling, like, partway through that year. And then there was, like, a year and a half gap between that and the split, because at that point I was taking care of my grandparents, so I was basically living in their house. And I guess also my uncle, because he was also suffering from liver failure at the time. But that was my senior year. And that was also the year that I got back into RuneScape. So that would have been 2016? 2016, mostly. Because that's why I associate winter with freaking RuneScape at this point. Sitting there, freaking heater on my feet, freaking fuzzy socks on, nice and bundled up, freaking laptop there. And whatever music I freaking feel like at the time, just freaking relaxing. At that point, I freaking was 90% using my 360 for either music or various, like, shows and movies. Actually, no, I wasn't even using it for shows and movies. I was borrowing my uncle's Netflix at that point. Which is what I was... So that was through his, Blu-ray player, which actually is just sitting right there. Because the disc tray and whatnot still work in it. The only reason I don't use it anymore is because it can't be updated at all, so using any of the apps on it is impossible. Because everything moved forward and it was incapable of being upgraded, which is why I got my new Blu-ray player. New, I say, as it is in itself from 2018. But that's how that went. And then obviously I did go through with PC. He wound up getting an Xbox One, and then we freaking weren't in any of the same circles anymore because Xbox didn't have any of those things at that point, and PC didn't really have... I mean, PC has, like, the Xbox thing, and you can, like... I don't know if you can join parties from the Xbox app or whatever. I don't know. I haven't fucking tried. Because I have no reason to. But split off from that. And then fucking who knows where the freaking lines split at this point. There was my original clan, and then a splinter group of that split off because the clan leader from that in RuneScape was being catfished by some dude in Brazil, I think it was. Who was getting real-life money. I should clarify. This wasn't like, oh, I'm getting gold in RuneScape. That's one thing. But, like, scamming him, he was, like, 75 or something like that. My guy is freaking hacking up a lung because of his years of smoking. Freaking... My guy needs to be able to just relax and enjoy the last of his days. And this freaking parasite is like, oh, but I need X amount of money in order to freaking do X, Y, and Z. Meanwhile, not even hiding it half the time. Like, public fucking Twitter saying, I can't wait to go on X vacation with my girlfriend, and like having selfies and like it's some dude in his fucking 30s. Not that, but freaking the clan leader was so far in goddamn denial that there's a reason why we splintered off. It wasn't because we got frustrated with, I mean, some of us splintered off because we were frustrated with it. The leader of the Splinter faction, the Splinter clan, got kicked out because he was trying to inform the clan leader that the person that was asking for stuff and asking for real-world money was scamming him. With evidence. but he didn't want to freaking... And like, there's only so much you can do at a certain point. Like, if they refuse to acknowledge the fact that with all the evidence in front of them, and the person openly admitting, yes, I am X person, I am literally just seeing how far I can get away with this. Like, gloating to the person that's asking about the truth, if it's like the truth. Yeah, there's only so much you can do. And you just gotta split off at a certain point. And that's where I made several friends from there. One of them split off because he got into because several other people got into a disagreement with his other friend, who, I mean, his entire personality is that he had a maxed account, and that he was nearly maxed on his freaking alt that he was in our clan with. And then, so he split off, which is a shame because I was really close friends with him. But he refused to talk to anyone in the clan, and I didn't want to pick sides, so I'm like, alright, fuck it. I hate the other guy more than I like you, to be honest. And I am still friends with these three guys over here. If you refuse to freaking be friends with me because you want to be friends with that prick, then I guess it's just a loss. And then, clan leader from there got busy and shifted ownership to someone else who also got busy. And that just kind of dissolved over time. So I'm friends with two remaining people from that clan. One was a shit stirrer. As of this point in the timeline, I'm friends with two remaining people from that clan. One person that we met somehow through, like, DayZ, I believe it was. I don't remember if it was via DayZ or if he was friends with another one of them. And then we were also friends with another person. The really funny thing was, I mean, we shifted mostly to DayZ at this point because all of us were like, the clan had been dissolved, so it didn't really fucking matter. At some point, the Scottish friend from that group just left. Just not a single word, just disappeared into the wind. I don't know if he got into a disagreement with one of the others, or what, but he was gone. I actually want to listen to this more. But he split off and just disappeared. So it's me, our last remaining friend from the clan, and then another friend from Norway, I believe he's from? It's either Norway or the Netherlands, I can never remember which. And we, and European friend is like, alright, here's where I'm camped out. I've also got this other guy that I'm friends with. You should meet up there. I'm going to go out with some friends. And we'll all sort things out when we get there. He never told the other friend that we were supposed to meet about this. We get up there, and suddenly there's gunfire, and we log out, hoping that our stuff, you know, disappears. And it's a 10-second thing. He killed us beforehand, obviously. Very funny story afterward, though. Where we all get together and, it's like, oh, I thought you were just raiding the camp. No, we're friends with X. Oh, I wasn't ever informed that anyone was going to be showing up. Oops. I mean, that's all fine and dandy. We only had communication with one other person who was just getting us sleeping bags from way up north. Or was it tents? I think it was tents. That person's Park. Over time, we all wind up becoming friends because, you know, we've got this, like, trade agreement, and then it becomes friendship. Blah, blah, blah. Everything's all fine and dandy. Ironically enough, that's the only person I'm still, like, friends with in all this. I'm still, like, on Steam friends or, like, on Discord friends with 3 of the 4 of them. But as far as, like, friends, Park's the only one that I'm, like, still rather close to. But, Park I only talk to a few times a year. Either, you know, hey, how's it going kind of deal, or, like, if there's a game that we wind up playing together for a couple weeks or whatever. Normally it winds up being either, like, it winds up being a survival game of some sort. Normally it's Rust or Daisy, but, like, it could be any other survival game. Park's the only person that can convince me half the time to get back onto Daisy, so it is what it is. The only person on this planet that can. Hey Construct, how you doing tonight? But not too bad. I wish that things were cooler around here, but not too bad overall. I'm also kind of just yapping tonight because of a stressor, because fucking one thing that I've been waiting for 6 months has disappeared into the stratosphere after spending a week in North Carolina. So I'm hoping that it's not just lost to the ether. But who knows? I'm hoping that it's just been shipped off to someone else. And the tracking number stopped working because it's in a different group's hands now, and hopefully that means it's a local group, and I might actually get it soon. That's just me huffing copium straight out of the can, though, so... I swear, though, I have many, many strong words regarding how mad I am if that just got lost after how long I've been waiting for it. And how many times we had to shift plans due to everything going on in the US. So who fucking knows? I really have to pee, and I gotta get a refill on my drink because my throat is starting to dry up, and I'm out of water. I'll be back. You know, I was going to... I was going to say all this hour-long tangent to say that there's a whole, that it's not actually a slight, and it freaking is my self-interpretation of it being a slight rather than anything else. And then I fucking remembered what originally did this. It wasn't the thing that I thought originally did this. It was a direct line. Let me skip to the song. Sure. I wonder if the song right after this is the one I think it is. But I thought that it was a different thing that happened. That originally freaking led to the freaking brainworms. That led to me clenching my jaw and shit when this shit happens. Because I just interpreted it as a freaking continuation of where we started off on this whole conversation about freaking ex-friends and whatnot. But then I remembered what it actually was that started this whole thing. Also, what the fuck is going on? Did I put in the wrong earbud? No, I didn't. What the fuck? My sound test broke for a moment there. Either that or I haven't been audible for... I don't know. But the point of this whole thing is that... Were you able to hear earlier when I originally got back, or was I actually... I don't know. My mic says that it's going, but my sound test had no audio running through it. And I'm very confused. I heard the music, but I didn't hear my voice. Weird. Weird. Either way. Moral of story. The reason why my brain made the connection... A chip bag? Where would you have heard a chip bag? I don't even have a bag of anything here. The only plastic thing I have is this, which is a shaker. Then I have a tissue here because my nose has been freaking giving me trouble because the weather can't decide what it is. It's the only thing that's really got the, you know, consistency-ish thing. But I don't have any plastic bags at all. Plastic aluminum bags, whatever you want to classify those. I don't know. Anyway. Moral of the story. Oh, good. This is the song that I thought it was. The perceived slight that actually might have been a slight. I don't know. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, freaking... The thing that sent me on this entire spiral of why a certain thing makes my brainworms tingle in the worst possible ways, chew on my brain stem and freaking... grit my teeth. It's more of a brain spike, I guess, is the way that I tend to describe it. Freaking... the direct connection to everything going on, the freaking back in high school shit in my brain. It wasn't just we're doing this XYZ thing. It was the week before, I was like, hey, we should do this X game. That would be kind of fun. As friends, even if we don't wind up streaming it. Since you own it now. Not really anything aside from if I feel like actually starting that, that would be cool. A week later, Y Game, the sequel of X Game, they're playing with 3 other people and have started a whole new character just to do so. And that's what originally pissed me off about it. And why freaking everything related since has pissed me off, both about the whole thing and about the person, for the past year and a half. I had forgotten about that until I was taking a piss. Well, I've had my epiphany, and I've had my freaking moment of realization as to why we're where we are now. Here I was, thinking that it was just X thing, and it's actually Y thing. I mean, it's the end result is the same fucking thing. Of other person probably doesn't even fucking remember about freaking XYZ thing. Doesn't make it feel any better about, you know, me being friends with literally everyone involved in most of the things, and them being, aside from one of those instances, more than 4-player games and never being fucking invited, and I'm more than a little miffed. Especially one of those that I had already freaking invited and got turned down from the exact same fucking thing that started it all. And the reason that it got me mad is because it freaking really felt like a I'm choosing the person that's bigger than you kind of freaking situation as a result of that. Well, this has been enlightening. Thank you, Therapy Chat. Appreciate you all. On a real serious note, though, I freaking... I really do hope that my freaking PC does, like, happen to show back up out of the ether. I mean, I wind up having these kinds of brain worm things from a lot of different angles, because of the sheer number of people where I'm like, yeah, I'm friends with them, and then never freaking, I don't know. I get addressed as friend, and then it's like, okay, we invite everyone, except that asshole cyborg. I don't know, dude. I mean, I freaking, in some of the cases, wind up distancing because of certain other individuals involved in these groups and whatnot. That I don't know how certain people wind up, like, ignoring the absolute neon red flags that some people wave, to be honest. I think that, and I'm going to freaking use like a direct example, like, I think that having a list of individuals that you are effectively stalking publicly and asking for people's addresses live on stream should be a red flag that's bannable. Logically speaking. And I genuinely don't know how you let stuff like that stick, and especially let it fester into worse things. But I'm not gonna babysit my freaking... I'll give them my 2 cents. And I'll give them my opinion on how things should be handled. Professionally. I'm not going to babysit, like, all their stuff, though. I haven't seen IP addresses, but I have seen... The person I'm talking about asked for the streamer's physical address live on stream. And nothing has happened yet. That was 2 years ago, I think, at this point. I fucking banned that individual at some point. I wasn't gonna fucking deal with that shit. I saw how bad it's gotten in that Friends stuff. I'm not fucking dealing with it. They gave me a reason to pull the trigger, and I did. It wasn't a reason related to any of the direct things, but they openly stated, I'm going to do something specifically to piss you off, streamer. And that's something that they freaking do in a lot of other places, and I'm like, alright, I'm getting rid of you. And they thought that it was a joke. And I outright said, no. You showed that you had zero respect for me. You showed that you have not learned from any of the other places that you've been banned by my other friends. And you have shown that you have not improved at all by the friends that you have not been banned in yet. I'm not unbanning you just because you freaking think that it's a joke. You have crossed a line. You have crossed the line multiple times. And you have shown that you have zero intent of improving. Or even reflecting on your actions. I won't babysit and make it to where that you are exiled from this whole place because I, A, don't do that shit, and B, literally don't have that kind of power. However, I can tell you to piss off out of my region, because I don't want you sitting around and causing a festering thing because new people think that's just how things are done here. Like you've done elsewhere. It happened like right after Giga talked about freaking nipping stuff in the bud when people are being like bad eggs and bad actors. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna listen to the person with more experience. And take that little bit of my brain that goes, yes, but it's a person that's active. What if people perceive as bad? I'm gonna pull that out long enough, at the very least, for me to make sure that this doesn't fester. Because I've seen how it gets when it gets out of hand. I've seen multiple times how it gets when it gets out of hand. Both with the direct individual involved, and with other people. I have left communities because this stuff festers and gets to a point where I don't feel comfortable even sitting in the chat for 5 minutes. I pray for your sanity that you never do. Especially not from, like, someone that you watch regularly. I feel really bad because I have several friends that don't want to nip these things in the bud, and I actually can't spend more than 5 minutes in their streams at this point because they don't want to stamp out the fires before they spread. And again, that's their decision. I've given my opinions to them and their mod teams. I've put my 2 cents in on a professional level and from a viewer perspective. And as a friend. They are all contained in the same message, and they are from each perspective there. They are my 2 cents. I'm not going to hold it against them if they choose not to. I will hold it against the individuals that are causing the problems, because that's how you're supposed to do it. However, I can't help the fact that I cannot stay there because of how bad it is. I try to support my friends in where I can't monetarily. I try to support them via, like, viewing and chatting and lurking and whatnot. I am incapable of doing so because of the behaviors of these individuals. It is unfortunate, but I have tried to give my 2 cents. And it is in their hands to decide what to do. I will, like I said, I won't hold it against them for what I perceive as the opposite choice of what I would make. But it is what it is. And I can only do so much. And yeah, at least I tried. That's just how it be sometimes. Sometimes people just and get up in their own head about if they seem to have too heavy of a hand, people might leave, but the number of times I've heard people that know better than me talk about how nipping it in the bud is far more important than well, more important than having that one extra viewer that you would have if they weren't banned, is relatively high, and seeing in action that they're right in the fact that how bad it can get if you don't do anything. That's exactly what it is. It also is like pruning a garden to a certain degree. Not only for your sanity, but for the sanity of everyone else involved. Because for the sake of that one person in each of these several communities that I'm in, they're sticking around. I have myself, one individual, two individuals, three. The third person is only in one of these two communities. In this example for my counting. 4. So, unless I'm missing someone off of my direct counting here, that's 5 people that don't want to interact with either of these communities because one person makes everyone else out of these people that I can remember uncomfortable. So you keep 1, but lose 5. So you get a net of -4. And this is a thing that winds up, like, cascading as you wind up getting things worse if you don't nip these things in the bud. So, like, in each of these communities, we're each, like, double digits, 10, maybe 20. Or, like, even, like, me, where it's, like, freaking only a few. This, like, gets up to hundreds, like, both of these people won. Which I've analyzed and seen how things go. One of them gets involved in a lot of things. And with a lot of larger creators, people show up, they'll follow, gain like 500 followers or something like that. Number goes up at the start and relatively quickly dwindles back down to where it was before because no one wants to deal with a singular person that is making everything bad. And I've seen this happen 4 times with this community. Worse is the fact that some of the people that stay afterward think that that person is the example of the entire community and do the exact same thing. So the things that are bad escalate. But yeah, like I said, I'll handle things my way, they can handle things their way. I will give my 2 cents on things, which I have. And it's up to them as to what course of action they want to take, them and their mod team. It's unfortunate that in a lot of cases it leads to me being less involved in their communities because of how absolutely bad some of these things get. Because, believe it or not, the examples I gave are somehow not even the worst of some of these. And considering one of those is, you know, requesting doxing information, you can put the pieces together. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, it is there, not here, because I got rid of the one that actually was active here. I got rid of them long ago. I have no idea if you would be able to guess if you're using the example that I gave as your starting point. Then again, maybe you can. I mean, odds are, regardless of what your guess is, I can probably have one of the communities that I have either stopped interacting with as much or have left that probably fits the bill. I think the worst part is that I am friends and mutuals with every one of these communities at this point. Like the streamer involved that hosts like these communities. Mutuals with you, friends with you on VRC, friends with you, direct friends with you, guess that I'm not really friends with you. You're a friend of a friend. But you're tangentially related-ish. Friends with you. Yeah, the big egregious example is also in the one that I've been using as like an example that started off with like that their, you know, starting point was a request for the streamer to dox themselves. I left the community of that friend's streams as well because that person also latched onto them and became just as parasocial to the point where they try and call them friend in chat, and it's really fucking weird. Which makes me wonder if that's the reason. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on at this point with any of this. Because I don't even join in, like, certain events anymore because that egregious example is always there. Because they are so goddamn parasocial that they will wedge themselves in if they, in any possible way, can. It is a miracle that they have not started streaming just so they can try and get involved in, like, the events that that person joins. Obviously, I won't give any, like, no, they haven't. That's kind of how, everyone found out about one of the really bad things that they did. Because they checked to see if they, like, streamed or anything because of how they behaved and how pay attention to me they were every time that they were in chat. And it opened up a whole ass rabbit hole there. I say we're in chat, are in chat, in the places they're not banned from yet. If you'd like to, like, take guesses, I obviously won't, like, go into too much detail, but if you want to take guesses as to, like, how bad things have gotten, feel free, I guess, if you have theories. I am curious as to what your guesses are. Just because I'm that kind of individual where I once you say that you've got guesses, I'm kind of curious as to how accurate things can get, because of these average people that do this kind of stuff tend to be a little predictable at times. You'd think so. The big egregious example is banned from all but 3 chats that is involved in, like, this whole thing. Pretty much everyone has a different reason, so you could very well be correct as to what they've done. It's why it's so surprising that they are not banned, and it's even more surprising that the person that is involved in this did wind up getting a line crossed by someone else as a result of this. Just because of how patient they are. Obviously, if it's like 2 TOS, then maybe not mention, but like... I don't know. People can be really weird without crossing TOS, is the thing. Unless you meant when you said that they'd be banned from Twitch instantly, in which case, okay, yeah, fair enough. Maybe don't say those theories, because that means that they cross TOS and, certain things that Twitch and YouTube do not like to see. I don't think either of the big egregious examples are. I have no idea, but that's one of those things where I'm not even going to, no matter how bad I think the person is, unless I have example, I won't accuse them of that. So, no. I forgot how long the outro is for this song. I mean, technically that one would likely get them banned off of Twitch as well. Because... if there's evidence enough for them to be considered one in chats, they've got enough evidence to be considered one for Twitch. And Twitch does not fool around with that stuff. I'll give Twitch a lot of shit, but they do actually, you know, tend to actually get rid of that shit. So they're pretty good about that. Yeah, it's one of those things that even being a big moneymaker doesn't freaking save you from. As the big example of Dr. Disrespect is, and I don't even have to say allegedly on that, he admitted it himself. Publicly. It's so strange, like... He's, was a big stream... I think he's still on YouTube? Is he on... I think he's on Kick now. Basically, he's a dude with a mustache who always wears sunglasses every time that he's on screen, and his entire persona is that he's an asshole. Hence the name. Like, that's his gimmick, is he's a dick. I don't know why that's like your gimmick to go to, but he has been freaking around since like 2016 when being edgy was kind of the thing to go. So, fuck it. But he got banned off of Twitch like 5 or 6 years ago, and no one knew why for the longest time. He just one day looked off to the side, said, "Oh fuck, I'm screwed," and then his line cut, and his channel got taken down on Twitch. Last year, it finally came out. Like, someone on the Twitch mods, because they got tired of being asked so much as to why he got banned and whatnot, was like, oh yeah, because he was DMing this minor? And the reason that I don't have to say allegedly is because he did a 4-paragraph tweet saying, yes, I did that. He redid it like 3 different times. He like edited it 3 different times, trying to like find the way to not make himself look like the worst thing ever. But the problem is that without lying, he had to admit it. Otherwise, he's like, what else does he do? But he openly admitted it, publicly, on Twitter. So, that's why he's never coming back to Twitch. So, where I'll give Twitch a lot of shit about a lot of stuff and the way that they handle their rules, they do handle that stuff the way that they should. I don't know if they got freaking... I wouldn't even say most. Like, there's a lot of shit that happens. I mean, there's that, Minecraft YouTuber from, like, a week ago or something like that. I don't know who Potemer is. But, like, Popular MMOs, I think his name is. He didn't get accused of that. His main thing is that he's just an addict. Yeah, okay, that checks out that it's a Roblox YouTuber. Is Pat Popular MMOs? Yeah, I do kind of feel bad for that guy. Like, addiction's not, like, I don't know. It's one of those things that's difficult to get out of. I don't really... It's one of those things, like, obviously it's bad, but I don't shame the person that's involved in it at that point, because it's, especially with some of the stuff that he's apparently in, it's really hard to break out of. Oh yeah, the cops freaking in that body cam are basically gloating about it and just freaking acting like actual... They're acting like they're high schoolers that freaking just found the nerd that they shoved in the locker or whatever. How's it feel, YouTube boy? I don't know. My opinion on individuals of that profession are not exactly of the highest. Yeah, oh my god, he can Minecraft that is so fucking stupid. Like, he acted like it was, like, his magnum opus gotcha, but he freaking... What does that even fucking mean? There are 1,000,001 jokes you can actually make, like, related to Minecraft that would fit. And he chooses, like, the most fucking... It's not even a high school insult. It's like a freaking grade school insult or whatever. Yeah, my family also, I mean, like, not my family entirely, but, like, my grandfather on my mother's side was an alcoholic and addicted to tobacco. My uncle, who I mentioned earlier, had liver failure, was because he was an alcoholic. My other uncle is an alcoholic, but we don't deal with him because... Separate from that, he's just an asshole. Prison jailbreak? What? It wasn't, like, gotchas don't even have to be rhymes, right? Well, they freaking basically let him on for that, just so they could freaking set it up. They're like, hey, hey, I think I recognize this guy. And then he's like, oh, so what do you do? I make YouTube. Okay, what kind of YouTube? Video games. Like, yeah, what video game? I was like, Minecraft, and it's like, and then they just freaking went full middle school bullshit, like freaking, oh, look at the Minecraft kid, haha. It's like, really? Really? I'm glad that our law enforcement is unable to get out of fucking grade school. The people that are supposed to be freaking making calls on, you know, if people are a threat to society and shit, are unable to freaking go without, I don't know. I mean, I'm not even surprised at that. They probably thought he was homeless at first, so they're obviously going to just be pricks about that. Because that bullshit they freaking do all the time, like... I mean, they're in a system that basically would turn, well, they'd freaking Soylent Green if they could. I really hope that that's not a joke that goes over too many people's heads. That's a twist from an old movie, but I'm pretty sure that it's popular enough that most people actually can still get it right. Especially since it got revived via Fallout. Welcome back. But yeah, I don't know, freaking... The sheer lack of any concern from people that are supposed to, you know, be one of the 3 branches that are supposed to, you know, save people is freaking insanity. I mean, we could freaking go on for ages about people's addictions and whatnot. I mean, heck. Name a person, they probably got a caffeine addiction for one. Apparently, freaking nasal sprays are addictive. Which is insanity. They're like actually just designed to cause you to become more addicted to them. Which is fucking wild to find out. Thanks, Wendigoon. Move this up here. This is a really long song. Move over to this. I only really have that problem if I haven't had anything else to eat or drink like, beforehand. My father, thankfully, doesn't really have any major addictions, so... He broke off from smoking way back when. Around when, I was born. And then, I mean, not a single other member of my family older than me directly is, still alive. Unfortunately, like, the only surviving member of, like, not 3 degrees or more is my asshole uncle. Well, I mean, I guess there is my uncles on my dad's side. They're alright. Well, one of them's alright. One of them we're butting heads with because he's being a pain in the ass. So, out of the family that I'm willing to, like, actively deal with, I've got that I'm willing to actively deal with that I can deal with. Because there's also my cousin, but that's kind of been separated because after my mom's passing, all of his family decided that they were going to freaking hole around him and basically cut him off from, like, any contact with us aside from, like, occasional things. To the point where he wasn't even allowed to attend her funeral. No, thanks to the posture. Despite the fact that he was basically, like... He was more of a father to her than her actual father. He's like a cross between a father and a brother, I guess, to a certain degree, like, in how he, treated her. The fact is that, like, they were really close, and she was not close to any of her immediate family. Because both of her parents were terrible human beings. One of her brothers is a piece of shit. My late uncle I don't exactly consider, like, the worst person ever, but he wasn't, like, the closest. Especially after, he kind of fell into himself after his last divorce. That led to his inevitable passing due to liver failure. But, basically all I've got left, as far as people I can and am willing to contact regularly, is my father, my sister. My brother is a 50-50 kind of deal. He's a pain in the ass, but I can still... He's my brother. And he's not a piece of shit. He's just a pain in the ass. You know what I'm saying? And then one of my father's brothers, and the one that lives in Colorado is a bit difficult to get a hold of anymore. I don't have a problem talking to him, but his modes of contact are limited. Just due to how his money situation became. Annoying in some ways that are actively detrimental is the best way to put it. And are in ways that if they get to a point, if they get to a certain point, may result in physical violence due to how severe this is the worst it can get. I mean, yeah. I also hope that it doesn't get to that point, because that means that someone else wound up getting hurt as a result of it. That I also care about. But it is how it is. Freaking. We're doing what we can, but freaking... He's always been pig-headed. That being said, on that less than stellar note, I am getting a bit hungry, and I've gone for about 3 times the length that I expected to, honestly, based off of not knowing what I was doing when I started. So let's see if there's anyone to raid. I'd hoped that I wouldn't get hungry this quickly, to be honest, from my... Do I call it breakfast? Do I call it dinner? Do I call it breakfast because it's after I wake up, or do I call it dinner because it was at 6 o'clock? You know, fair enough. Everyone's melding into both of the chats now. I'm doing the thing that I'm supposed to do, where everyone goes to everywhere. Now, all everyone needs to do is go to the Discord. Then Cab will be proud of me. I'll be metagaming, or whatever the heck it's called. I don't think that Egg is who... Ooh, I can write Nemu. I don't know why, freaking... I haven't rated Nemo in a while, though. That's why I gave her the U at the end. That's why my brain didn't want to freaking... cooperate. Well, while we're waiting for everything to load so I can actually start the raid, I guess I'll do the socials. Those are the socials. You can join the Discord or follow me on Blue Sky in order to keep up to date on things such as when I go live, what I'm going live with, and... basically any other minor things. Also, if you want to follow the Twitter, it is in the card. That's also where my commissions are. Appreciate it. Do I have any other real announcements? Tomorrow's Friday. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. Just like today. Because like I said, who knows where my PC is? New PC. And I don't want to start something and then have to transfer it and hope that it doesn't get corrupted when it's transferring. Oh cool, modules are failing to load again. No. Tebra's streaming Doom Dark Ages. I was gonna say, oh wait, maybe Tebra, but no. I don't want to raid Doom Dark Ages. I'm trying to avoid spoilers for myself. Do I have any other things aside from that? That's weird. Logging you out of your account when you're just joining a server? The fuck? No idea if we're doing Sibling Saturday, because I have no idea if my PC will be here. Again, if I'm lucky, the disappearance is because it's going to arrive soon. I'm probably not lucky, though, because everything's fun. Maybe we do art tomorrow. Maybe we... Maybe we just yap. Maybe we play some games. I don't know. Maybe we do a quick jog. We could do a quick jog. I haven't quick jogged in a while. I don't know what I'd quick jog off the top of my head, though. Okay, this is finally loaded, so let's start raid. Do I have any other things to mention? Behave yourselves. As per usual, if you make a fool out of me or out of yourselves, then it's the boot. A stomp rather than a kick, by the way, just for clarity's sake. Don't think there's any other real announcements. That's going to be for me tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. That is a Jurassic World ad. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the follows, raids, all that good jazz, and I'll see you guys... We'll say tomorrow, just because I don't know when. Love y'all. Bye.